talk on a very important topic, which is relevant for a research scholar. So let me give a brief introduction about Dr. Sundararaman. Although his name is not even require any sort of introduction, but still I would like to take this privilege to introduce Dr. Sundararaman. So Dr. Sundararaman is engineer by training. He did his master's way back in '93 from Birla Institute of Technology and Science. Then after that, he has never stopped this journey of learning. Even after getting into job and working on very prominent positions, he has completed his Doctor of Philosophy PhD degree, which was related to the cybersecurity mandates in Indian oil and gas industry. You can call Dr. Sundararaman as expert in the area of oil and gas, where he has worked in the oil movement to storage and sections there in Madras refinery way back when he started his career. After that, he worked on many prominent situations like chief manager in Auto Dynamics Process Software Limited. Then he was there with the Mahindra Satya. Almost all, I think, more than 6 to 10 years. He was with the Mahindra Satyam as assistant vice president initially in the vertical of energy and utilities. After that, he also served for HCL Technologies, and then further he had headed as a vice president in Tech Mahindra again for oil and gas downstream side of practice head. He's having a wide range of experiences of life in terms of oil and gas sector. Beside that, he is a prominent speaker, prominent public speaker. He worked with the international firms, but at the end of the day, he decided to hear that whatever his heart is talking about. He started his own company in 2019, Jiganska, that is actually based on the key mottos and key concepts of providing a wider opportunity to the community, to the society, to spread a knowledge management company. This is basically a knowledge management company which involves in design thinking, which help in terms of public speaking masterclass and oil and gas related consulting services. Dr. Sundararaman is one of the prominent scholar I know personally, and the way I like his simplicity, the way he explained the concept, and many more things which you are going to understand when he is going to speak on the topic of the interest. When I discussed with Dr. Sundararaman and I told him that this is what actually we would like to have. Dr. Sundararaman told me that yes, it is indeed very important concept now in these days. When we enter in the journey of the research or anywhere, what does it require? Something which is required that you might have an intellect level, but whether you are able to serve that intellectuality in a structured format, whether you're able to handle, whether you're able to engage your audience, Dr. Sundararaman is master of that art. I salute his presentation style and engaging audience style. That's why I requested Dr. Sundararaman that please share his knowledge with our students, with our faculty members, with others, so that we can learn from his experiences. I am really thankful to you, Dr. Sundararaman, for accepting the offer from Office of Doctoral Studies. And I am not going to between you and the audience. I would like to hand over this platform to you so that you can discuss, you can tell us something which we can understand, we can implement while the journey, during the journey, while doing presentation, even while attending the, teaching the classes or discussing in a meeting room. So over to you, Sundararaman ji. I'm going to give you the rights. You can start even your presentation. So you may start your presentation, and along with presentation, you can also talk. And then followed by, once you complete within 45 to 1 hour, then we will go for Q&A session. This is what the process we made. But meanwhile, if somebody would like to ask something between, they will write to me, and then I'll ask to you directly. Can you hear me, Dr. Sundararaman? We can't hear you, Dr. Sundararaman. Let me unmute you probably.
Oh, am I audible now?
Sorry. Yeah. Now.
Can I get presentation rights? Is it available?
Yes, definitely it is available. You can share the screen. I have made you presenter. Now you can share the screen and you can discuss on the topic.
Is my screen visible to each of you?
Yes, it is visible.
Right. Good morning, one and all. Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for this wonderful opportunity. So thank you once again for giving a very detailed and a very positive feedback or introduction about me before this session. I would like to thank once again Dr. Pandey, not only for giving this opportunity. He happened to be my first guide, but unfortunately he left the University of Petroleum, and I had a lot of challenges. Probably if he had continued at the University of Petroleum, I would have completed my thesis long time back, because I know the way Dr. Pandey is helping his research students and the kind of guidance he gives. And many of my colleagues, they were able to complete their thesis in the shortest possible time. And I really missed him when he moved out of UPS. Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for this wonderful opportunity. Right.
Thank you.
So now, before getting into this presentation, I guess most of you are either pursuing your research program, or you may be a guide for some of your scholars. So with that understanding, let me start this presentation. Actually, long time back, I enrolled for my PhD program, and I have to honestly admit that I miserably failed in couple of milestone events, that is during synopsis stage as well as abstract stage. Actually, each scholar is given twice the option, but I failed in the first time. So first time I was not very clear about my scope of work. Then I was totally into being an engineer. I was totally talking about all technology kind of stuff, whereas my PhD presentation was on management side. And then after getting clarity, then I moved on. And again, abstract stage, first time, somehow I was not able to convince the panel members, and my thesis proposal got rejected. Second time, actually, I was under tremendous pressure, because this time I had to clear, otherwise I have to start from scratch. That kind of pressure was there. So at that point of time, so incidentally, this university, they also conducted a conference where there was an opportunity for scholars to present their papers, and it was like a contest. It was like a contest just a few days before the abstract submission. So based on all my previous the presentation experiences, I found one common thing where the research scholars, including me, were struggling. So primarily, most of them, so all are from industry, and they had 20 to 30 years of experience. They were holding a very respectable position in public sector organizations, but they were struggling to make the presentation in the given time. So for example, for a 15 minutes presentation, people came out with some 30 or 40 slides, and unfortunately, either they exceeded the timeline, or they have to wrap up everything in last 3-4 minutes. So I made this quick observation, and then that observation helped me. And then I took a conscious decision that, so whatever be the quality of my thesis, I have to definitely impress upon the panel members and the entire audience with my presentation. So I felt that this is a very, very crucial milestone, or this is a crucial stage where I have to prove whatever research work I have done into a proper manner, in a very impactful manner. So I decided to go with the 15 slides for a 15-minute presentation. and I was the one of the very few candidates who finished within the given time. And the panel members, they were so happy. And finally, at the end of these 2 days paper presentation conference, out of 66 candidates, I came second. I got the second prize. So actually, I am sharing this not to boast what I have done. So primarily, I want to emphasize the fact that this presentation is a very crucial aspect in your research journey. You might have done a lot of work, all your 15, all your 5 years or 7 years of work, and almost 80,000 thesis report, 80,000 words thesis report, you may have to present in the given time. So probably for synopsis and abstract stage 15 minutes, and for your final the thesis, you may get maximum 30 minutes. So within that given time, all your learnings, all your discoveries, you have to share. So only the essence of it and only the crux of it, you have to present it. So even not only in the academic circle, even being a person who was in corporate field, many a times I feel that the people make lot of mistakes, and that's how they were unable to make an impression in front of an audience, whether it is in front of the customer or in front of any of the stakeholders. So primarily, I am going to take talk three major concepts. First, why at all a slide deck for making a presentation, and secondly, I am going to elaborate in detail about the common mistakes what we do in presentation decks. So some of the common mistakes you may be already aware, but I am going to share my experience along with some kind of examples. And finally, I'm going to say what are the things to do for an effective presentation. So primarily, I'm going to talk more from a research scholar perspective. It is though I did this workshop for a common audience. Today, I will talk more from a your research perspective. The slide deck. So for the purpose of slide deck. So actually, each one of us we use a slide deck during conference paper presentation or your PhD journey. So very rarely we see someone making a presentation without a slide deck. Why at all slide deck? Slide deck is primarily to improve the audience focus. So people are able to see something visually. So though you use powerful words, sometimes the visuals they enhance your speech. And even these slides within a single slide, you can make a complex concept very simple. So that's how these slide decks are very powerful. And one important, the third aspect, what I want to emphasize is slide deck is only a visual aid. So it is not going to replace whatever you are going to present. For example, you would have done a thesis, 50,000 words report or 70,000 words report. All that need not be part of your slide deck. Or if you are taking into a corporate scenario, so you are only using a slide deck to enhance your speech. So this we have to be very clear. Slide deck is just a visual aid. And at the moment when I say slide deck, I think all of us are immediately connecting with PowerPoint. So PowerPoint is one of the very dominant tool when you are making a presentation. But of course, there are a couple of other tools available. For example, if you are using a Apple system, you may be using a Keynotes or some other deck. So in fact, the last 1.5 years, that is March 2019, I got retired from corporate life and I started my own company, and primarily as introduced by Dr. Pandey. So this company is involved in all kind of knowledge management initiatives. I used to, as a speaker, I have taken different genre of opportunities, either a keynote speaker or a panel moderator, or even I have conducted a lot of quiz programs. So probably in the last 14 months, maybe around 80 slide decks I would have created, but I have stopped using Microsoft PowerPoint from the day I got retired from corporate service. But still, I use PowerPoint for making presentation. This whatever I said may be slightly confusing you. So actually, I tried to use a different kind of tool called the Canva. Some of you may be familiar. If not, probably I'll touch upon this tool. So Canva is a fantastic tool to make your collaterals like your business cards, flyer kind of stuff. But very rarely people know that this tool can also be used to create your slide decks. So almost for last 1.5 years, I'm using Canva to prepare my slide deck, and primarily I was able to find out the difference, how it is making a lot of difference between PowerPoint and Canva. And today I'm not going to talk about the tool and conduct an workshop, but I'm going to talk more about the principles of presentation. What are the do's and don'ts? So is it okay? Can I go ahead?
Yes, yes, Professor. Please continue.
Yes. Okay. The common mistakes. Some of them are obvious, and some of them already you may be aware. But nevertheless, I would like to repeat because I am seeing these kind of mistakes even today. So these kind of articles are there in public domain for several, almost for last 10 decades. The moment the Microsoft PowerPoint was introduced in the market, so immediately people started writing what are the do's and don'ts. But still people make mistake. The main reason is no one has taken training for PowerPoint. So it is almost like a self-learning tool, and people mechanically take out a template and then start adding their content and then start presenting it. I'm going to share some of the common mistakes. See here, this one. One is, as I said earlier, as my experience and my PhD journey, people come out with overwhelming number of slides. So it's actually when you have such kind of slides, either
Dr.
too much of
Sundaraman, sorry for disturbing you. Would like to see the full screen presentation.
I am actually making full screen presentation only. Are you
Okay,
not able
but
to see it?
no. We can't see it full screen presentation.
Minute. How is it now?
It's the same.
1 minute. What am I supposed to do? Actually, it is in F5 mode. I'm using PPT, and it is in full screen mode.
Okay. There
So
was
from
a
your
button.
side, is
There,
everything to be done?
there was a button present. If you press that button, probably that will help you.
Which one, Dr. Pandey?
So there was a button there in the file which you are showing. Present.
Yes. So now I press
Yes.
that button.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes. Now it is. Yes.
Right. Sorry about it. Probably I think I was in presentation mode only for myself. I was not sharing that screen.
Yeah.
So I'll quickly go through the previous slides. Just I gave an intro about the agenda for today's session, and then I mentioned why at all we need a slide deck to make a presentation. Primarily to get engaged with the audience and make complex things simple and try to use it as a visual aid and not per se as a presentation medium. And just I am jumping into the common mistakes. So this I already mentioned that many people, even experienced people, they come out with a lot of slides, right? So when you so sometimes when you are in a conference, a day-long conference, the moment the speaker is on stage and before he is putting into F5 mode, you are able to see the number of slides. So then the moment you see 50 slides for a 30-minute presentation, my god, you automatically you get disconnected, your eyes and ears are open, but mentally you are somewhere else. So that is that is the kind of disconnect happens when the moment people see the number of slides. Not only that, if you see here, all the slides are in the same template. So template is okay, but the same format, so it looks really boring, and you are unable to make a proper connect with the audience. I'll also come back later, so how these kind of stuff can be refined. And this mixing up of templates, you may take a you may use a presentation but you use a different kind of themes. For example, one slide will have a gray background and another slide will have a dark blue background. All of us are on different kind of fonts, so totally it's confusing. So if that is the case, if you want to do a sanity check, my simple suggestion is, so before making a presentation, you put it in slide sort mode so that you will be able to see all the slides in one go. And if it is appealing and if it is appealing to your friends or your network, then probably you can go ahead. So I'm not suggesting that you have to stick to one color, but one theme you have to stick to. If you start mixing up of themes and templates, so it is going to be a it will not be a seamless journey. And about the content part. So this also I am seeing many people know they try to cut and paste whatever they have written in their Word document and then straight away put it in this slide. So what are the drawbacks of such having such slides? Number one is obviously when you have too much of content, the font size becomes small, and audience will not be able to see them. Number one, physically they are unable to see the content. Number one. Number two, when the moment they see a crowded content, they get disengaged. Number three, as a speaker, even you don't know what to highlight. So most of the time, the speakers turn their back and then see the slide and then they read what is there on the screen. So the moment that they turn back and they started reading from the slide, again further disconnect happens. And the moment that the disconnect happens, it's very difficult to come back and make a contact. So normally a speaker, unless he is a seasoned speaker, it takes almost 10 to 15 minutes to establish a bond with the audience. So that's why we say that the very first moment, within 1 minute, you have to share a joke or a story or ask a rhetorical question so that you are able to get engaged with the audience. But after making 10 minutes of engagement, so the moment you start disconnecting with the audience and again reconnecting, it is going to be a very tough task. Then today, many articles suggest that less of text and more of pictures. But you should not take it very religiously and try to have images like this. So you should know how to strike a balance. So and especially when you are trying to have a photograph and a clip art and the other kind of images. The images are also broadly classified into different categories. There are some pictures. Pictures means taken from photo camera, and there are some clip arts which are drawn by the designers. So the moment you try to mix up and mash up, then it is not going to be a pleasantful thing. So sometimes you may not be able to realize it, but for the audience point of view, then they may find it very difficult to digest, or they will not be able to appreciate the aesthetic part of it. And the color choices, obviously not many people do this mistake, but some of them they do this mistake. So obviously when you stick to a particular template, then they don't mistake. But sometimes people trying to be over enthusiastic and then try to add all VBR colors and then make it clumsy. And bullets that kills. Actually, the moment uh, when we say bullet points, so actually the sentences start with a small circle or a small rounded points. So still people are using a lot of bullet points, but the the presentation experts, presentation gurus say you are killing the audience with bullet points. Bullet points are meant for killing the audience. So the moment now I'm just as a sample, I'm showing only 4 bullet points here. But I have in many occasions I have seen people using 20 bullets in single slide, because that's how the Microsoft PowerPoint is offering their template. So people think that it is okay to have such kind of presentation. But when you if you get a chance to look into the way the gurus, for example, Steve Jobs, when he is making a presentation every year during the annual summit, he makes a presentation. He never uses a bullet point. So right now, except these images, even now I have not used any of the bullet points. Probably I'll show the slide shot view where you will be able to see. Even I'll just to quickly walk through my PhD thesis template, the presentation, quickly walk through that. I have never used the bullet points. So many times, so I'm not talking about the research defense or your synopsis stage, but during conferences, the moment you have 10 or 15 bullet points, immediately the audience started taking notes. So they are not sure whether you are going to share the slide deck or not. They start taking notes. The moment they start taking notes, they are missing the eye contact with you as a speaker. So then again, as I said, you are breaking the bond with you and the audience. So literally you are saying that, though you are not telling, you are saying that, okay, now I have 20 points. Now you take out your pad and then take notes. So you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to observe me. So that is the indirect or subtle message we are giving. So if you are clear with this concept, then henceforth you will stop using bullet points. Then data representation. I think this is a very, very vital slide from a researcher's point of view. So obviously you may have to present several tables at different stages. I'm just showing some of the tables. So these are all taken from Government of India's motor vehicle department or transport department. Many of the government department reports are like this. What is wrong with the first report? What is wrong with the second report? You may get some interaction. Either you can chat to chat, or if available, you can the audience.
Dr. Sundaraman, there might be some disturbance in background. We can't hear you properly.
All I don't.
Sir, sir, there is a voice from Dr. Abhay Sinha. Maybe his mic is not mute.
So if the moderator is there, probably you can mute all except the
Sure,
speaker.
sure.
Okay, is chat facility available for the participants?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I am requesting the participants to just use the chat facility and let me know what is wrong with these two charts. So I am showing two charts. Has anyone responded?
Too much. Professor Kirti has responded, so too much. Partha
Okay,
Pankaj has responded, too much data, can't read.
okay.
And Professor Kirti
I have
knows no
already,
visualization. There should be some sort of visualization.
yeah. Actually, for too
Then,
much text, I already given an example in the previous slide, but here I'm talking a different aspect. Thank you all for this response. Thank you for being connected with me. So what I want to highlight here is, if you see the first chart, uh, there is no comma separator. So because of the lack of comma separator, it's difficult to read out whether it is 10 lakh 60,000, is it 1 lakh 6,096 or 10 lakh 6,096. It's very difficult. So always you have to think from audience perspective, and you have to show empathy. So being a design thinker, so I always say that the empathy is important as a speaker. So you have to think as an audience and then say whether the audience is able to read this report and whether the content is enough or optimal level. Even if you have the data, even if you are able to reduce, ensure that the proper comma separators or decimal points are in place. That was the mistake in the first chart. The second chart, what I want to highlight here is, since these number of figures in the columns starting from 2001 to 2011, none of them, they are all left justified. They are all center justified, right? The person who made this report, he simply copied and pasted it here. That's all. So without that, it is very difficult to compare. So whether which number is big, which number is small. So these are all very, very subtle nuances. But if you are cognizant of that, then your slide deck will meet at least certain hygiene factors are taken care. Then you can primarily focus on the key messages. But when the hygiene factors are missing, then immediately people will start commenting, and then obviously the impression upon your work, your hard done work for several years, that will go for a toss. So that's why I'm suggesting that subtle, small things you may have to take care. Then here, this is a Word document, and again, the table from a Word document that is copied here. I'm sorry, I tried to highlight the gaps with a red mark. So actually, they were all spaces. Without that red mark, probably you might have got my message. This poor formatting means, again, someone has tried to do this center justification. In that process, the sentences got balanced, but there are a lot of white gaps. There are white gaps, which is totally not reader friendly. So this kind of stuff you may have to avoid. So probably the right justification would help you to get a proper sentence without any proper gap. So that will make make your slide reader friendly. Is it clear?
yes, yes.
Okay. And this slide may look good, but many a times when you are showing this slide in an audience, so I don't have a personal opinion, but most of the presentation gurus, they say that try to avoid white background and black or dark text. So rather you try to have a dark background and white text, which will be more visible, and it will look aesthetically it looks good, and it will also make it audience friendly. So otherwise I'm not an expert to comment on that. Right now I'm also able to read that, but all the presentation gurus suggest to avoid the white background and black fonts. And another important aspect is use of jargons. I think most of you are familiar with the term jargon. Jargon is a term used by only certain group of people. For example, I am part of part of an organization called Toastmasters. In Toastmasters, we use a lot of technical terms. Totally, a non-Toastmaster cannot understand. Similarly, from a oil and gas field, I may use several industrial terms. Outsider may not understand. So like that, each domain or each group of people, they have their own jargons, whereas a commoner may not understand. Even though when you are presenting your thesis or abstract or synopsis, you may have a learned audience in front of you. They are all experienced academicians, they are all knowledgeable persons, but there is no need that they have to understand all your industry jargons. So when they don't know what you are trying to use, so for example, when I say, so I was in Chennai Petroleum Corporation the last 5 years. Out of 15 years I was in the training simulator. So this training simulator is a place, it is something like a flight simulator where we used to train the control room operators using a simulator system. It will be exact replica of the simulator. So whenever a visitor comes to the refinery, many a times it is very difficult to take them to the control room because of security reasons. But definitely default they used to come to the training center, and in the training center we will walk through the training simulator. So that will be very very jazzy kind of stuff to impress upon the audience. And at that time we used to use all kind of jargons. I'll say that this simulation engine is running once in every 600 milliseconds, and the simulation engine is updating all the variables on the user interface every 1 second. So people get flabbergasted, and my ego gets satisfied. But later I realized when someone gave a feedback, I am trying to impress upon, not expressing. So as a speaker, as a person who is on stage, your single motto should be to express. So keep it simple, not try to impress. So in that context, you may have to avoid jargons. Even if you are using an industry term, quickly explain that and then proceed. People will immediately, the learned audience will quickly understand. So without that definition, if you keep on using, for example, even when I am part of an organization, for example, in IT, we'll say something called vertical, right? Vertical business unit. A vertical business unit means it is a industry-wise unit. So in a IT organization, we used to service several domains, several type of customers. For example, banking customer, retail customer, energy industries. So I belong to energy vertical. Energy vertical. My colleague may be part of retail vertical. So my card will say energy vertical business unit. So in short, we used to call BBU. But when I went to an oil and gas customer and showed my business card, they were totally confused. How come you in an IT organization, VBU means viscosity breaking unit. VBU is a term used in oil and gas unit, like crude distillation unit, viscosity breaking unit. So these kind of jargons will be totally different to industry, or sometimes totally people will be unconnected. So try to avoid jargons, use simple terms and go on. Now I am just trying to, I have highlighted almost 10 to 12 different kind of mistakes, but when you Google it, you will be able to find out so many other mistakes. But you take a conscious effort to understand what is wrong and what is good. Now I am just showing how I try to refine some the not so good slide to a better slide using the Canva tool. For example, this particular tool, very simple slide. I am talking about theory, the scientific process, pattern, testable implications, support, and whether the when I try to use a theory, finally whether it is going to support or falsifies my theory. So primarily something related to hypothesis. So the same slide I try to put it in a different way with a dark background, lighter title, and I try to put in little bit of images, not complex images, little bit of images. Data pattern, I used the image, and whether true or false, I have put another image. So this looks slightly better. Do you agree with me?
Yes, yes.
Right. So the next one. So instead of bullet points, again, I try to use some related images. So this and one important thing is when you try to reduce number of sentences, number of words per slide, then you are going to talk from your heart. So instead of reading this particular the illogicality theory of construction, or probably I have not used the right example on the left side. There are some slides where you have very complex sentence. I try to read that in front of the audience. Whereas when I have a slide like this on the right side, what I have used here with a single image, I know what I want to convey. So automatically I'll narrate with my own conviction. It will automatically come naturally, right? I'll either tell a story, anecdote, or so everything comes naturally. Whereas when you try to put more sentence, we are trying to stick to that, and then the spontaneity is reduced, and finally resulting into audience disconnect. Then this is a very simple slide. So this particular presenter, he is using this slide as a divider, right? So now in a particular slide, when you have 30 slides, probably at 4 or 5 places, you may use a divider. So nothing wrong, but rather than using a plain vanilla divider, if you try to use a conceptual image, for example, this man thinking process, right? When you try to put a slide, you are setting the contents, and then audience, they are mentally prepared to listen to you. Okay, now this speaker is going to talk something related to philosophy, philosophical dimension he is going to. So obviously, because pictures speak thousand words, right? Pictures, so the brain is so powered to immediately able to absorb pictures rather than words. So try to use relevant images. Again, I try to replace this particular slide which is crowded. So all the speaker wants to convey here is to talk about, as an example, he is talking about US wireless market Q2 2010 update, right? Instead of putting all this verbose, rather I can put a small clip arts, right? Primarily I'm going to talk about 4 different categories, right? First of all, I right now in this image, in this slide, I'm only using 2 colors, this pink and gray. That's all. Rest of them are all inserted embedded images. Only I'm using 2 colors. There is no watermark in the background. So whereas if you see this image here, there is a watermark which affects the readability. Try to avoid that. Then first point I'm talking about growth, quarter on quarter 6% growth, year on year growth 22%. So just to take that a cue, and now I can articulate on my own. Otherwise I may have to read this, or the audience will start reading it. And audience also, when they start reading it, after some time they will get bored and then they'll leave it. So rather than that, try to have a slide like this and then articulate on your own. Then this colorful, the rainbow colored slide, I try to replace with again 3 colors: gray, blue, white. That's all. So how does it look now? So does it look professional? And still, are you able to read and get the message what I am trying to say here? Let me move on. So this picture, a slide with overwhelming pictures, I try to replace with one single image, which looks a little pleasant, or you can also use clip arts, but try to use simple images of the same quality. Don't try to combine photographs and clip arts. So even this single image and this lighter blue background, you can replace with the multiple images, but try to take similar genre. Don't try to combine and mash up. That will look odd. Okay, now this particular slide, what I am trying to do here is, so this particular slide talks about the causal mechanism. So because of A, from A, because of action C, it is getting converted to C, either state or process or something like that. A very simple slide. So it is all talking about causal mechanism, cause and effect. So I tried to bring in a new image, which is called visual metaphor. So what is this slide all about? What is the image? So are you able to get a clue of what image I have used here? What does it represent? Can someone respond through chat? Professor Pandey can read out.
Yes, I'm getting the chats. This is dominoes effect. Yes, it is more. Yes, it is more clear.
Right. So domino, I think all of us are familiar that it is a kind of game or fun entertainment where you have some plastic, what is that, plastic pieces where you will keep it in a particular order, and after stacking them, and if you try to touch or push the first one, so automatically everything, all the other domino pieces will get collapsed within probably 1 or 2 minutes. So even you might have stacked 1,000 pieces, but within 1 or 2 minutes, everything. So primarily that is to try to convey the message. So the moment you talk about domino, so immediately people are able to relate to cause and effect. So think of some analogy, think of some metaphor, and then try to go to Google and then find out a relevant image and then insert it here. And again, I have not distorted any of the text content, the A, B, C, arrow, everything is you have enough space. So whereas in the first slide you have so much of blank space, and it doesn't look appealing. So whereas here you have the more or less the slide space is optimally used, and you are also adding value by using a visual metaphor. Let me move on. And this is one example again I want to point out, not a major mistake, but if someone wants to pinpoint even the minute nuances, this is called orphan. So a sentence, the key or specific phrase, 1 or 2 phrases going to the next sentence. So this is not a major mistake, but I use this slide for something else. I are not. I retained it here. So if you are keen, then probably you can take notes. Try to adjust this paragraph so that the entire sentence or most of the sentences fall within the first 4 lines or 6 lines. There is no single word that goes as an orphan or it is not getting isolated. Now, having said that, I think most of the time when one of the important process I learned from some of the gurus is rather than teaching the what should be done. So if people are already having, people have already some concepts, try to tell them the kind of errors what they do. So once people are identifying the consciously, they come across what are the errors they know, and if these errors or mistakes are removed, automatically the quality will move on. So that is what I did in the last 20 minutes or so. I tried to mention about the common mistakes. Now let me move on to the things what needs to be taken care. So the do's kind of stuff, right? So today, most of the forums, people say that you have to use the power of storytelling everywhere, whether corporate life or your in organization like Toastmasters or your motivational story. Everyone is talking about stories. The power of story is because storytelling is a very, very powerful process where we were using the moment even the civilization started, the moment the people gathered, even as a nomads or the tribals, after having their dinner, people used to have the bonfire, and then people used to start sharing their stories. What happened, either through sign language or their own primitive language, people started sharing stories, and that is the way to get engaged with the people. So even for and many researchers have found that scientifically proven that stories are easier to remember than facts. Probably for 5 years or 6 years in your entire thesis journey, you would have totally revolved around numbers, facts, figures, kind of stuff. But the moment you are on stage to present in front of an audience, then now it is time, high time you should leverage this power of storytelling. And whenever I propose storytelling, immediately the audience response is, what story I have to tell? First of all, even in motivational storytelling or motivational sessions, people say that I don't have a story. Probably someone else, the great orators, they have stories like the Gurujis and other people, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and others, they can tell stories, but I don't have stories. Even if I have story, I have a borrowed story. So one is you can use a borrowed story, but you add your own perception. when you add your own perception, then it becomes more or less like your story. And the second explanation, second disclaimer is, when I say story, it doesn't mean you have to use long, long ago, there lived a king. Long, long ago, there was a grandma and grandpa. Doesn't mean. So when we use story, it means use an incident or happening or anecdotes. So probably when give an example how I used a story when I presented my thesis during different stages, then you will be able to appreciate. So as mentioned by Dr. Pandey, my thesis topic was cyber security, the developing a mandate for cyber security for Indian oil and gas industry. So this is from management perspective, not the technical aspect, not the engineering aspect. So primarily about policies, framework kind of stuff, how the cyber security can enhance. So I have to start with the interesting anecdote. So actually ONGC, so the largest, one of the largest oil and gas Navratna in India. So what they have done is, so they used to not only they are in the upstream, they are also present in the downstream refining side. They produce several products. So once this incident happened probably 5 or 6 years back. So at one particular time, they sent a huge consignment of naphtha to one of their Middle East customers. So now this customer has to make a payment, right? So the ONGC after some time, so for all the payments, so there is a due the deadline or something like that. When the deadline uh, has crossed, then they sent a mail and then they call the customer. They said that the customer has not made the payment. The customer got shocked, and when the customer gave the response, this ONG has also got shocked. The customer said that I already made the payment, and here is the proof. They sent the screenshot and they sent the proof. Finally, they found that some miscreant, they sent an invoice to that customer, Middle East customer, in the name of ONGC, but a small change in their email ID or website name. So instead of ONGC, they put OGNC or something like that, but the customer did not check that, and they made the payment. So do you know how much money they would have lost? Any guess? So now instead of receiving the money from the customer, but it has gone to a third party, totally unknown. So someone has played a game there. So any guess how much money they lost? Uh, just to make a rough guess and then let me know.
Any
Can
guess, anyone? So
any response?
around 10 lakhs. One response came from the Partha Pankaj, it says around 10 lakhs.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'll reveal the answer. So they actually the money lost by this company was 197 crores. 197 crores in single transaction, right? So like that, there are a lot of some small incident, big incident, medium kind of incidents are there when I talk about cyber security with respect to Indian oil and gas industry. But when I tell this powerful story, right, it creates curiosity among the audience. Though it is all about technology, it is all about technical stuff or my thesis. I'm not going outside the boundary of my thesis when I tell this incident. So when I
Yeah,
meant a story.
Sundararaman, now I get response. Somebody says 80 lakh, someone says 3.5 million, 10 crore, 1 billion.
Okay.
These
So
are the numbers.
I reveal the answer. 150, 197 crores. So when I tell this story and start my presentation, immediately audience get curious, right? They want to know how I am going to tell the rest of the stuff. So one, my credibility and the authenticity improves. Oh, not only is a research scholar, he is also a great storyteller, right? So immediately people are curious to know, especially when you see the kind of workshops or the synopsis presentation. So on a single day, the panel members they had to listen to 20 or 30 people, right? So they are also under tremendous pressure. So the moment someone comes out with a different kind of approach, they immediately that person gets the immediate attention, and obviously either his approval process happens faster, or if it is a contest, he gets a more score, right? So you have to stand out from the crowd. So obviously, given after learning all that stuff, everyone cannot do that. But as an individual, you have to try your best to apply all these learnings. Then another very important aspect, the moment I started the presentation, I said you have only 15 minutes or 30 minutes maximum to support your thesis or synopsis or abstract. Synopsis stage 15 minutes, abstract stage 15 minutes. So Dr. Ponde, is that universal for all universities? This timing?
Almost all for synopsis presentation, it is giving 30 minutes plus Q&A, whereas for abstract, it is given 45 plus 15 minutes Q&A. This is what across the India, UGC regulations according.
Yes. So maximum 45 minutes to 1 hour. So irrespective of the stage, right? So now you would have done so much of work, right? Because you did the literature review, then you would have sent a questionnaire to your audience, and after that you would have processed the responses using different kind of software, screenshots, but you should know how to present it in the given time, right? So if you don't do that, whatever work you have done, it will go for a toss. So for that, you should know the art of prezi writing, right? Even I am not great, but slowly I am trying to learn. In school days, we used to do that, right? So yeah, lengthy essay will be given, but you have to do the prezi writing. But unfortunately, either students they don't show interest, or even teachers they give more value on that. But this is a very very important tool, specifically the research scholars, because the complete work you have to condense and put it in a rich form in the given time. So even if you are not familiar, you take your Watts English book and then try to learn, or buy any of these books and try to understand. I try to randomly do it, but probably once you go through these books, then you may know the process. Nothing wrong in learning, unlearning, and relearning, right? So I request you to do that. This is going to be helpful when you are making the presentation, because you know what is important and what is not important in the one in the presenting. And some more tips: try to have one slide per concept. Don't try to bring in two or three concepts. So that way you will you will be able to make the clear communication. And second thing is, I think many a times the people who are working on PowerPoint or any other slide, they are immediately they want to know what is the size of the font I want to use, kind of stuff. um, the kind of fonts, definitely the university will give guidelines what font should be used for title, what font should be used. My suggestion is, rather than try to focus on the slide, or if you are using Canva or PowerPoint, try to use the template as it is. Don't distort the style or size of the fonts. For example, all the templates are all designed by the companies, right? So a design team has worked on, and they know what should be the size, which one will be visible even if it is presented in a huge conference. Don't try to alter it. So try to retain those time and try to fit in your content. If the content is overflowing or spilling, then use the next slide. Then you make the final check regarding your guidelines given by the university. So idea is, don't distort the size. Once you start distorting, specifically when you are trying to reduce the size, then it becomes totally one slide you will have 12 size, 12 what is it, 12, and another slide you will have 16 for the body. Totally non-standard, and again some of the fonts may not be visible. Then the third and important aspect is learn the art of picking the right images from public domain. So here sometimes I already used some of the images. So now quickly let me move into the browser and then quickly explain. I guess I will be able to showcase my screens. So Dr. Pandey, is my browser also visible?
Yes, it is. It is. It
Okay,
is visible.
right. Now, for example, now I want to add a refinery image in my slide deck. What I have to do is just a key in refinery. So some of you may be familiar, but for people who are not familiar, I'm just quickly helping you. So you are overwhelmed with images, but some of the images are protected by intellectual property rights. They belong to some companies like British Petroleum or Chevron or Exxon. You are not supposed to use it without their written consent. So if it is for internal usage, probably you can use any image. But when you are presenting in a conference, you are not supposed presenting in a conference on an external.
Uh, Dr. Sundararaman, some of participants they are telling that they can't see the browser. Browser is not visible to them. If you can kindly recheck at your point.
1 minute.
Isha, I'm in a meeting. I'll call you later. Huh? I'm in a baby now.
How is it now?
Yes, now it can.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, you are not allowed to use any of them in your slide deck or brochure, flyer, report without the written consent. You should know only the copyright free images you can use it. How to find out? Just click this tool, right? Then you go and figure out what is label for reuse. So even when you click label for use, still you will have several images. All these images you can use it without the written consent, because Google has already tagged them label for free use. But sometimes if you are very keen, then you can try to use them or get their written consent. This is number one. Number two is try to go to the next tab, large. Try to look for large images. Again, you will still have good options. The large images means they have more megapixel. Once you try to plug into a PowerPoint or a Word document, once you start stretching them out, the image will not lose its resolution. The quality will be maintained. This is number two. Number three is you want to, for example, refinery means. I'll try to put another. Distillation column. Here I want to use the image without a background, because image without background, that will stand apart, that will look like a 3D image, and obviously the quality of the slide will be better. What you have to do is you have to look for transparent background, but the choices will be limited. Only you may be able to get clip art, or I'll put right. So this is instrument or equipment used in the upstream industry. So, but choices will be limited. Or if you don't get anything, then what you may have to do is, there is a, if you go to a site called, there are several such sites. You just Google remove BG. So this is an image where you can remove the background of any image. So when you remove the background and then try to use that image, the quality of the image will be better. So I am going to give you some example. Okay, I am going to use the image of this gentleman, right? So without this background, what I have to do is just upload that image. So within a minute, within 30, oh, I think that image format is not good. I'll use another image. Yes, I'll use this image probably. No, that is also okay. This tiger image I'll use. Right. So all the background is removed. Now you can download and then plug it here. So you can try out. So you can try using the image as a raw image, or remove the background and use it. So you will be able to see the difference. I'll quickly come back to the slide deck. So slide deck, is it visible again?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Right. So some of the do's, I said one concept per slide, retain this size and style of the font of the template, learn the art of picking the right images, and background removal and cropping it. So cropping I have not explained. Once you use probably Canva, I'll also quickly, if time permits, I'll quickly go through Canva and then explain how the cropping can be done and how you get professional slide decks. And some more tips. So the previous slide talks about the do's while you are preparing the slide deck. Here more about during the delivery time. Never go unprepared. You may be a guru in your own thesis, or you might have spent enough time and you know everything, but the presentation is totally a different aspect. For presentation, you should prepare, you should spend enough time in preparing your slide deck, and you should also rehearse enough times.
Dr.
One,
Sundararaman, Divya is asking about whether this will support .jpg format with this transparent background.
yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
JPG
Please.
background. So all the normal images, PNG or JPG, anything can be removed. But only the one major difference is you should select a picture with a contrasting background. So for example, if I am sitting here and my contrast, if I have a mosaic picture in the background, and the software will not be, the tool will not be able to distinguish between me and the background. So if it is unable to do that, then the cropping will not be proper. The background removal will not be proper. Probably you can try and then see. So once after doing once or twice, you will be able to identify the selection of the raw picture itself. So you should have clear contrast. Then on the delivery aspect, you have to go prepared in terms of spending time on preparing the slide deck, spending time on delivery, right? At least couple of times with your close network, and then give them some mock presentation, take their feedback, and then try to incorporate so that you are not all nervous on the stage. Second thing, this point again I have read in one of the books of presentation guru. What he says is, don't summarize all the points at the end. Only summarize the key points. So if you start summarizing, for example, 60 minutes presentation, I give a presentation for 45 minutes and 20 minutes to summarize all the points again, then it means one is it is waste of time. Number two is I am underestimating the intelligence of the audience. Right? So you only summarize the key points. Then the third important point, which I came to know just 1 year back. So never outsource the job of navigating slides to others. So I think many occasions, what it means is you are the presenter on the stage, but someone else will be operating the slide deck, right? You would have come across situations like that. So what do we do once I complete the slide deck? What is the term I use to move on to next slide? As a speaker, what do speakers say?
Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. Right.
Next
One is it is boring. Every slide you are saying next slide, please. It's boring. Number one. Number two is even though you use the suffix please, it doesn't look actually you are polite, because this feedback I got in one of the presentation in Toastmasters. Every speech I make, someone will give a recommendation. Even if I do good job, they will try to pin pick and use a magnifying glass and give a feedback. In one such sessions, one evaluator said that, Sundar, you said next slide, please. It looked that you are authoritative. So you didn't look humble or polite on stage. Probably you yourself take control. So one is you don't look polite. Number two is boring. Number three, the important aspect is when you outsource it to others, there is a chance that he may make mistakes. You will say that to go back to one slide, you will jump 2 slides or 3 slides. Then you will say, no, come forward. So this tamasha will going on and the audience will totally get annoyed. So rather than that, today the slide charges, the slide changes are available starting from 600 rupees to 2000 rupees, different kind of thing, and most of them are working good. So if you are going to make a presentation, so obviously research scholar, 3 different occasions during your PhD journeys, you will make presentation, and not only that, you will also making presentation in different kind of forums. So try to buy this slide changer and keep it with you. It will be handy and it will be under your control. So at any point of time, if you want, you can go back and explain a slide, and then again you can fast forward. For example, if you
Dr. Raman, sorry to interrupt. There is a question that what about the use of the PPT pointers?
Yeah, that's what I am saying. So it's a slide changer or pointer. So it comes with a combination, right? You can navigate the slider and it will also have a laser pointer. Okay. Right? So what I'm just discussing is a small subtle stuff, but these kind of small subtle stuff make a lot of difference. So you are comfortable on stage. So you are not having any dependency on a third person, especially if you hand it over to a technician, right? If you hand it over to your co-researcher or co-guide, they will know. But if you totally give the control to a unknown person, obviously you will not understand. You will say that go to the third slide where I mentioned about that Maslow's theory of hierarchy. Obviously you cannot find out. Whereas when you have this slide change in your hand, you will have everything in given time. The last and important time is never exceed the given time. So whether it is in a conference or any time for which you have to practice and practice, and this is where the slide preparation, the whatever we discuss, right? The art of learning, prezi writing, the art of identifying the number of slides, all that matters. To if you have 50 slides, and if you want to make it in 15 minutes by rushing 2 slides per minute, you would have done justification with respect to timeline, but obviously you would have miserably failed in connecting with the audience, right? You cannot run through 2 slides in 1 minute, right? So probably an average, at least you may take 1 to 2 minutes per slide. So some slides you may quickly run through, but on an average, at least you may require at least 1 minute per slide. 15 minutes, 15 slides, okay, maximum. For 15 minutes presentation, if you go with 30 slides, you cannot do justification either with respect to time or in terms of connecting with the audience. Because any presenter on a stage, the single motto is not to clear his thesis or something like that. So even not only research scholar, anyone on stage, single motto should be your talk or your presentation should be remembered by at least 10% of the audience at the end of the day. And even after probably one of your audience, you may meet them after 1 year in an airport or somewhere, some conference. At that time, they should come and tell, sir, so I still remember your presentation. I have done that. I have acknowledged people. Even 10 years back, they would have made a presentation, but still I understand that because they made their presentation in time and they made an impact. I still remember that. So this is the slide changer. I think most of you are familiar. One of the models. So probably you make one-time investment, a little expensive stuff. There are some items available at 600, 700 rupees, but the cheap things, it will make things complex. For example, no, this slide, the rear portion, every time it will fall off. I think it is a poor make. Whereas quality stuff like Logitech, you will be confident. So whenever I make a presentation between 2 slides, this will fall off and I have to pick it up, and totally I may look unprofessional. And this is my last slide. So I don't know whether you people are aware of it. I got to know about this only very recently. So only if last week I came to know about this when I started preparing DIC for the university. All along I was giving this presentation for different kind of audience. The moment I agreed for this opportunity, I started to see it from academic perspective. So this University of Queensland, they came out with a concept called 3 minute. 3 minute thesis. This is something like a contest. So can everyone be on mute? I am hearing a lot of background noise. So is anyone aware of this 3 minute thesis contest? This is happening from 2008 onwards. I'm not sure whether it's still on because in the internet I saw only up to 2008 to 2015. After that, I have not seen it. Probably they would have stopped. But has anyone heard about it?
I don't think so.
Okay, so here, so you can Google and then get to know about more about it. This contest is only for research scholars, and they have to make a presentation in 3 minutes with a single slide. No animations, no transitions in the slide, and you cannot use any background music. You cannot use any support audio, video clippings. With one slide, you have to make your presentation and still impress upon the jury members and then the entire audience all in 3 minutes. 80,000 word thesis would take 9 hours to present, but here 3 minutes is given. So obviously, so this audience will be heterogeneous. We have to start in the language of a layman. So I may be doing something technical stuff, right? Like uh, for example, my own thesis, no, the cyber security mandate for Indian oil and gas industry. A common man cannot understand without setting the context. But in 3 minutes, I have to make the presentation. Probably I may have to use the story of this ONGC or one slide. The everything should be visible. Probably you can Google it and then try to understand more. So if you are I think this is something like a TED talk. If you want to use this concept, you have to take their consent and do it. But if they are stop doing this, probably you can get inspiration and then conduct an event. If such an event is organized, I can help the university and probably try to be on the judges panel, or in some way or other I would like to get associated and help you to organize that. So try to know more about it, and you can see how the winners are able to present their thesis in 3 minutes. That will give an
One
idea.
one of our guests, he has participated in this one, and one of our PhD student, he has saw this competition about the competition on Twitter. He shared in the chat box.
Fantastic. So someone has already participated, am I right? You said.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. What was his experience?
Why don't you share your experience, Bekche, Azhar? I'll unmute you if you're here. So he's saying that it was a very good experience. Summarize entire learning in a limited time limit. This is what he is sharing.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful. Right. So I think I have taken enough time. So I have exceeded the given time. But thank you for being a wonderful interactive audience. I'll now take a pause and probably I'll take questions Q&A.
That's good. That's good. So now floor is open for the question and answer session.
Or I'll stop sharing if I can see the faces or right.
So there are a few questions. Like one question came from Mr. Shanky, who's one of our doctoral student.
Okay.
Is telling that, can you please name some sources such as Shutterstock, from where we can browse and download images, PNG, template, etc. for our presentation?
Right. Actually, in corporate or the design firms, they buy these kind of CDs for a cost, or they subscribe to certain channels. There are many such things are available, but I have never used it. In Google has got a lot of stuff. So only thing we should know the art of picking it, and that's it. So you should have probably offline. Offline, I can share the more details.
Okay.
The sources.
One of our professors, she's asking about whether Prezi is good platform here for.
Prezi, I heard that it is very good and it is totally different, but I have not used it. If you are comfortable, probably you can give a try. I have not used it much.
Any question? The presentation is actually, this is a skill set, and definitely when we'll do mistake, we'll learn. Oh, one more question. A student, PhD scholar Akash, is asking, first of all, is giving you thank you for giving you insights for presentation, and then he's asking that is there any suggestion on do's and don'ts for the first slide of the deck?
First slide of the deck.
Yeah.
Is it from research perspective or
from research perspective?
Right. So whatever I mentioned, some of them may not be literally applicable when you are making research presentation. So in fact, in my presentation workshop, I say that whatever be the duration, you limit your points to 3 major buckets, because people cannot. So any presentation you club under 3 categories. But I'm not using that slide here because in presentation you may have to do it in a different format, like you have to talk about your literature review, you have to talk about the findings, the gap, then research methodology. So already the structure is given by the universities, and which is almost common. I don't think any specific importance on the first slide, but the first slide, after the title slide, if you start with a story, so if you are able to make a story, right, you can have one picture, and then for example, when I mention about this ONG story, I can say 197 crores. That's all in a single slide. So in fact, this book I recently read, Secret of Steve Jobs. So this is not a book written by Steve Jobs, but written by one of his associates. He says that Steve Jobs' slides has got either one image or one word. Most of the time, one image or one word. So for example, the first slide, I can put 197 crores. With that, I can start telling about ONGC story. So people will be curious, what is this 197 stories? That will be in the back of the mind, but still they will be curious to know what you are telling. But I should not take more time. So it all depends on the given time. If it is 15 minutes or 20 minutes, then I may have to quickly finish that story in 1 minute. If I get opportunity to speak for 1 hour or 1.5 hours, then I can elongate it. So it all depends.
Yeah. One more question from our guest: that what makes a presentation interesting? How to keep the audience glued to the presentation?
Right. Okay. So as I said, the presentation, whether tools like MS PowerPoint or Prezi or Canva, they are only visual aids. They are only trying to support you to reiterate your message. The maximum onus lies on the presenter. So the presenter, so actually, if you are already familiar with presentation, or if you are on stage manners, then it's easy. But if you are totally new to that, I think you have to learn a lot. Probably one suggestion is you can become a member in Toastmaster Club, because overnight it cannot be learned. So you have to master it. It involves so many things like body language, vocal variety, connecting with the audience, making eye contact. Even for now, almost for last 2 months, people are using online medium extensively. But I am also making the mistake. I know the tips, the best, the lessons learned, and people keep sharing. But I also make the mistake, because I am continuously trying to see the screen. So when I am trying to see the screen, I am losing the connect with the audience. What I am supposed to do is I am supposed to see the webcam. So can you see the difference? Right now I am seeing the webcam, but most of the time this side. So what you can do is people suggest you can just you can highlighter or a golden color sticker on the webcam, or even you can put a small post saying that webcam here. So today I forgot to do that. So when you try to do that, you are maintaining eye contact. Eye contact is a very, very vital aspect, whether it is research presentation or speaking on any forum. Eye contact, body language, vocal variety. So all other tools are only supplementary. The main onus lines with the your own self and your own way of presenting.
Thank you, Professor. One more question from other guest. So guest Ajit Dameja is asking very interesting question. First of all, he is giving you thanks, a big thank for insightful session, and then he's asking. Oh, indirectly, he is giving that 3-minute challenge. He's asking that could you please throw light on your thesis within a limited time minute, so he'll practice something.
Okay, I'll quickly go through, walk through my slide. So you may not be able to quickly understand anything, but I'll only reiterate one particular point. Just a minute. 1 minute. Okay. So now are you able to see this or no?
Not yet, not yet.
So of course, now you are able to see.
Yeah, but not full screen.
Okay, I'm showing it in a different 1 minute. I'll showing it. I'm trying to show the slide sorting view, right? Just to highlight couple of points. One is if you see here, I have not deviated any of the themes. The theme, that light blue background, I try to retain it, right? And most of the stuff, except a few slides, I have not used excessive text. And most of these slides I have used images. For example, I'll put it in a full screen mode. You will be able to understand. You are able to see it?
Yes, we can.
So my guides, presentation outline, critical infrastructure interdependencies, all this ONGC kind of stories. So actually in PPT, they came as a separate stuff, one after the other. I try to show the different kind of images, business problem.
Jordan's model. Yeah.
So if you see most of these slides, I reduced minimum number of bullet points. All slides, they will have one image or the other. And I try to ensure that the numbers are properly visible, right? I have seen during the presentation from morning till evening. I also used to watch some of them without any awareness. No, they try to capture the screenshot, but they are not all visible. They try to put 2 or 3 screens. They are not all visible. So most of them, important thing is I try to reduce text portion to the minimum and images more. Was that sufficient?
Yeah, he's saying thank you, and is actually currently a research scholar in general management in School of Business, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies.
All the best.
Any other question? So, if not, then if anyone would like to ask any question, the floor is open. You can ask any question.
Yeah, I think we have 7 more minutes, so can go up to 12.
We are very happy and really, Deepika, she's telling you thank you for the informative session. More or less, all the guests there, they are very happy with the presentation, and I'm sure that this is definitely it's a great learning for all of us, because this journey of research, it has a lot of ups and downs. Yeah, Medav, please, you can ask a question, no problem. Please ask.
I think you'll have to unmute me.
You are audible.
We can
Oh, I'm
we can
audible.
hear you.
All
Yeah, we
right.
can hear
So,
you.
basically, I'm a lecturer in the law school, and when we make our presentations for classroom presentations, so I understand it's going to be a little different, and I wanted your suggestion on it, how it can be. Or how it can match the do's and don'ts that we have just shared. It becomes different because we teach a lot of cases, the judgments that have been given by judges, and in that we have to quote a lot of paragraphs straight from the judgment. That is something that we cannot like twist and paraphrase much. So our ppts end up having a lot of text. So if you
Okay.
can just give some suggestion on that, it'll be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Uh, I don't have much familiarity with this your domain, but still I can give a suggestion. So to make your presentation deck clutter free, what you can do is you can embed these case studies as a PDF documents, and while presenting it, open it, right? So at least all your slides will be with less text, and then it will be clutter free. So embed them. So don't cut and paste your PDF documents or Word document in your slide. So instead of that, embed that as an attachment. So will that make a difference?
Yes, I think that will make a difference. I try to do that. So thanks for the validation. Yeah, thank you.
I'll take just 1 minute to quickly run through this Canva tool, and later people can get in touch with me if they need any assistance. 1 minute.
Sure.
So this is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so this is actually a new tool which I came across 1 year back, and almost for 1 year extensively I start using it. Here, this Canva tool, there is no any prerequisite required. Anyone with a Gmail, they can open an account here, and you can create so many stuff like infographic, event flyer, your posters, business card, Instagram post, and even for different kind of social media like LinkedIn banner have been. So I'll quickly go through this presentation deck. And if you go here, there are so many templates available here. Simple presentation, company presentation, marketing presentation, education presentation. For example, let me open this education presentation. Under this particular theme, again, you have so many other subjects like science, social science. For example, let me click this social science. So each one within the deck, each slide format looks different. So this company has spent enough time to do all this design for you. So what you have to do is just make use of that. Just edit the content and change the images. That's all. You don't have to design any of them. For example, this first slide, just a click of button, it will come here. I'll add new page, then I'll add this agenda, then I'll add this one. I can keep on adding whatever format I like. I can keep on adding, and then all I have to do is I have to go click this and edit it. So I can have all my content in Word document. I can come and copy and paste it. You don't have to resize it. You don't have to do anything. And suppose this picture I want to alter it here. I already uploaded certain images. I want to alter it here. For example, this image I want to put it here. Just a click of button. Just a drag and drop. That's all. And since the color scheme is aesthetically designed by the designers, it will look absolutely professional. And finally, you can download this as a PPT, or you can download it as PDF, or you can download it as images. Suppose if it is images like PNG, it will get saved as one zip file where all the individual slides will be stored as images. Right now I'm using a paid version with unlimited features, but even for a free edition, you have almost 60,000 images available here. If you are not getting any images in Google, here you can find out. For example, I'll put the same refinery here. So these are all not from Google. These are all images, good quality images. I don't have to bother about the resolution. I don't have to bother about the background removal or kind of stuff. So all are good images. So like that, any topic. For example, I'll put research. So either scientific research or managerial research. So all relevant images will be there. You can pick and choose. So as I said, today I am totally doing everything here. I saw save it as PPT, and only at the time of presentation I open it. The other advantage is even if it is heavily loaded, that is no, the size, if it is 30 MB, 40 MB, sometimes when I do it offline using PPT, I find it difficult to share it with the. For example, if I go to a corporate and conduct training, they will ask me to share the deck. So it is very difficult to share through mail because of the size, number one. Or if I take it as a USB stick, then organization will say that as per security policy, the USB stick is not allowed. But I can keep it here at any point of time. Only all I need is access to canva.com. I'll go to client place, and in this desktop, I'll log in. I'll only ask access to canva.com. I'll download the latest version. Suppose if your travel is taking 2 hours, and in the meantime, if you can ask your associate to do all the corrections, you can give instruction over phone. They can do the corrections. So the moment you reach the venue, you will get the updated date. So it is all stored in Canva. Every minute you do some editing work, it will get automatically saved. So you don't have to bother about versions. Otherwise, normally we have multiple versions in our own desktop or laptop, and we don't know how to select the latest one. We have all that kind of challenges. Here you have everything with the version control is also available here. And you can also share it by mail straight away from here. You can share it. Just if you share it mail, you don't have to go through your mailbox and do the stuff. Straight away you are there. The receiving ends the mail ID, automatically it goes.
Excellent.
And if you give access to them, they can also edit it.
That's good. It's really very interesting, and I'm sure that my students as a faculty and even I am going to get benefit from this presentation. It is really a very insightful presentation from your side, Professor Sundararaman.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, some of us we are not aware, but some of us now we are aware. And literally, this is what day by day we are learning in the life. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, giving you insights of presentation. Even when I teach data visualization course to my student, I tell them that what is the storytelling and how you connect the dots, all the anecdotes from one point to other point, what is the importance, and you narrated the same thing in a very, very simple way, that how important the storyline is behind any concept. If you like to make audience glued with your presentation, then definitely there should be something which is attracting your audience. And Yes, it is a visual presentation. It is what your eye connect. It is what you talk with them. You sometime you connect with the story. Sometime you connect with the joke. Sometime you connect with the picture, and sometime you connect with the experiential sharings of your own. So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. We at Office of Doctoral Studies at O.P.Jindal Global University are highly thankful to you for your insightful presentation. My all PhD scholars as well as guests and professors, they are thinking that they are thanking you. They're giving you a big thank you, and they would like to be in touch with you in near future for further help and support.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for this wonderful opportunity. I'm really glad that once again we are in touch with you, and once again and again through your institution professionally, I am really formally in touch with you. I'm really happy about it, and wonderful audience asking a lot of questions. I'm really delighted. And at any point of time, any of your students can touch base with me. You can share my contacts to them. I would love to do that, and no, none of us can think that I'll be disturbed. I'll be more than happy to support them. Only thing, if I'm busy, I'll respond a little later. So if they call me, then if I'm already in a call, then I'll return the call, or they can ping me or send any query through WhatsApp or email. I'm really delighted, and I'm extremely happy to be associated with your institution. Thank you so much, Dr. Pandey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sundararaman. Thank you very much. And thank you, good audience. Thank you for your nice question. All the audience, all PhD scholar, all professor, all the guests, those who join into the conversation, ask question. And it was your support even for being here and asking question and engaging at this platform. Thank you all. Thank you all. Now I'm going to end the session. I'll request you one by one if you can go from the session, then I'll end the session at the last. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shushu. Thank you, Akash. Thank you, Ashit. Thank you, Dr. Mohita. Thank you, Shahbaz. Thank you, Madhavni. Thank you. Thank you, Vaipu. Thank you, Professor Pandey. Thank you, Besh. Thank you, Professor Kirti. Thanks for your support and help. Thank you, Shanky. Thank you, Mr. Nair. Thank you, Nisha. Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Thank you, Divya. Thank you, Bhavana. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll sign off, Dr. Pandey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good day.
Same to you, sir. Bye.